and the Internet of Things team. We welcome you on the second day of the conference, the first day after the grand opening we had yesterday. Before we start the first panel, I would like first to talk to you about the conference before the first panel, which is entitled Information in Education. I'd like to share with you some success track record over the past 3 years of the conference. This is the 4th edition of the conference, as it started back in the first 2 editions of the conference were held in Alexandria in Egypt. The 3rd edition took place in 2019 in Dubai in United Arab Emirates. This year, the conference is going virtual due to the safety measurements and precautions, with a promise to be back in Dubai next year, inshallah, within the activities of Dubai Expo 2020, as it was planned this year. Over the past years, the conference has been established as the leading conference of the region in the fields of artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things and related fields. The conference is a forum for researchers, practitioners, and stakeholders from academia, industry, and government. That's why it is not just a technical conference. We have 2 tracks. One track for technical track, which is dedicated to papers and presentations in the research field, and the other track is the industry and government track, which is dedicated to the decision makers in governments and the industry leaders to share their thoughts and to make panel discussion and different panel discussions and keynote speeches. That's why I'm sitting now in the studio of Industry Summit, because this is this panel we are starting in minutes will be part of the industry and government track. It is not research or technical papers or conference papers. I'd like to share with you the figures of the past years, the past 3 years. We had 27 countries participating. We had participants from 27 countries. We had with the conference over the past 3 years, we had 2,500 attendees, and the conference attracted more than 120 speakers from different countries. This year, the success and the figures increased, and now we are having more than 150 attendees, 150 speakers, and we are having people from 40 countries around the world. The conference this year has 81 researches between papers and posters. We have 95 guest speakers, 67 governments and officials. These successes were not feasible unless we had the great support and the efforts of the conference board, starting by Dr. Isa Bastaki, the conference chair and the president of Dubai University, Dr. Mustafa Al-Na'na'i, the technical committee chair, Dr. Sami Tawab, the publication chair, and the rest of the esteemed committee members, like Mr. Andy Chen, the president of IEEE TEMS, Dr. Fatma Tahir, the chairwoman of IEEE United Arab Emirates. And the summits, we have Dr. Latif Ladid, chair of the IEEE 5G Summit, and engineer Sohaib Sheikh, the chair of the Industry Summit. And finally, we have Dr. Buthaina Tuleli, the chair of the Women in Tech Summit. I'm so excited about this panel. We are starting now with Dr. Isa. Dr. Isa Bastaki will be moderating this panel entitled with Digital Disruption in Education. Dr. Isa will have the participation of Dr. Awatif Hayar, President of University Hassan II in Casablanca in Morocco, and we'll also have Dr. Amna Al-Dahhak, Assistant Undersecretary of Ministry of Education in United Arab Emirates, and last but not least, Dr. Habib Kammoun, Assistant Professor and the Manager of Virtual Education in University of Safakis in Tunisia. Names were in alphabetical order, and all respect to all our panelists. And now I will leave the floor to Dr. Isa to share his welcome note to all the attendees and welcome his panelists to start. Isa, you have the floor now.
Check you are unmuting.
Dr. Isa, are you muted? Your mic is muted. Seems Dr. Isa refreshed his browser, so he will be joining us in a minute.
Can you hear me now?
Dr. Isa, yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good.
Again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdurrahman, and thank you all for Dr. Amna and Dr. Habib and Dr. Awatif for joining this session and giving us your time, precious times. Thank you all very much. It'll be interesting session because we are talking about future of education mainly. First of all, I would like just to set something before we can start with the discussion. I think it seemed like, let me go back and share.
You should choose what to share, Dr. Isa.
Yeah, I chose already, but I have the problem of, let me put it there. Okay, now let me share. Okay. Now can you see it, all of you? Can you see it?
We can see
it. Very good, very good. So let's start with
Dr. Isa.
Yes. So let's start with the fourth industrial revolution. And we just need to understand what are the elements of the fourth industrial revolution. Of course, it's many of them. It's not in order. Blockchain, we're talking about virtual reality, augmented reality. We're talking big data. We're talking about artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, biotechnology, nanotechnology, cloud computing, and of course 3D printing. And last but not the least, we will be talking in the next at least 5 to 10 years, maybe 10 years of 5G. And 5G is, of course, it's also related to IP version 6. I think this is where the technology is going towards in the future, and they're all very important for the education sector. So if I try to define what is a smart institution, is institutions that deliver digital ubiquitous education services to any student from any instructor anywhere and anytime efficiently, of course using digital pedagogical tools based on, of course, the ICT infrastructure. Nowadays I call it 5G. And also, if I just to see some summarization in the Global Innovation Index, GCAIoT 2020, UAE was ranked 34. When you look at the infrastructure, we are ranked 17, and even in education and human capital, we are ranked 17. That means we are improving, and I think soon we'll go to the first 10, inshallah ta'ala. If I look, what is disruptive education? What is it? We are looking at technology as an innovation tool. So we need to introduce a techno-edutainment that gets the attention of learners. We need to learn anywhere, anytime, and by any means. And virtual reality as a face-to-face learning using cloud computing or IoT. So these are the three elements of the technology that will be for the future. And then adaptive curricula with adaptive learning outcomes. You know, the market change, job requirements will change rapidly in the future, and also the rise and fall of some jobs. So we need to have an adaptive curricula, and also the ministry should look at the standards, adaptive standards. Innovative faculty, no rote learning, thinking out of the box, and delivering creative curricula. Of course, research-oriented learning, this is very important. Broaden the scope of mind, team and collaborative working habits, two brains better than one, and innovative and creative thinking. Inquisitive minds, which leads to entrepreneurship, and of course, create the environment that lets the student love to learn, and this is where the quality comes in. Of course, when you look at the objectives, we need to look at it in the future. We need to look at the objectives only, nothing else. What is it we need for the student? For them to have personal outcomes completely achieving, plus program learning outcomes. Once they achieve these two, they have achieved the main goals, plus there is also quality learning, and again, love to learn. If you put these two together, I think we can look at a different way of looking at education. So the disruptive education, when I explain it, means flexi-time education system. You have 24 hours to learn. Anytime you can learn. You have location-independent education. Any place you can learn. And also, of course, you have education on the move. Then you have flexi-instructor, system, where any worldwide instructor can come in and teach. And also an open time degree system. Plus, of course, an ICT infrastructure, which is very important. And also, we need to look also a flexi policy of flexi standards. That means we look at scenarios. From those scenarios, we work on which standard will work. So it has to be a very flexible standard and not just give one that fits all. And I think this is the main thing that I wanted to cover. So if I go back to okay, so the main idea behind it in the future, we'll have buildingless schools, buildingless universities, buildingless banks, but not now, at least 10 years from now. So it seems that we need to look at all these when we plan for the future. Of course, we can look at now, and then we'll discuss with the panels, the distinguished panels, about exactly what our topics are. We will discuss 6 topics at present. Where are we when it comes to discussing the advancements of technology in the Industrial Revolution 4.0? Second, what is the impact of technological advancement in education? Third, what will the future of education look like when it comes in human capital development, rise and fall of jobs? And 4, how did COVID-19 press the fast forward button to implement technology in education? Will AI, artificial intelligence, revolutionize learning and virtual thinking in the context of technological advancement for future generations? And of course, will Star Trek film become a reality in the future? These are the topics I like to discuss. I'll start with first one, but you can answer any one of the 6 if you like to, directly, without me asking. So I want to make it more flexible. So the first, at present, where are we when it comes to discussing advancements of technology in the IR 4.0? Can I start with Dr. Anna?
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Isa and the esteemed panelists. It's my pleasure to be with you today, and it's really interesting to talk about such topics in such uncertain and very rapidly changing times, especially with the current situation. Now, with the OR4, I think Many of us will think that we are well on the way of implementing the different technologies of IR4, but I think we're actually just scratching the surface of all the potential that those technologies that you have just mentioned in your introduction are going to bring, whether it's in education or other vital sectors in society and in the world. The changes that are currently happening are happening because of the vast technological advancement that happens over the past few years. I remember that when I was doing my master's and PhD, a lot of my concerns were on the efficient use of computational power and memory because of the load and the overload that the different algorithms could put on the computational power and memory of the computers that you're using for different algorithms. But now, with the advancement and the big jumps in technologies, you can implement many of the used to be complicated and many demanding algorithms in the current world with very affordable computational power and technologies. And that will enable the education and many other sectors to utilize many of those technologies that you have mentioned that have been there for decades, like AI, like robotics, like many of other technologies have been there for decades, but haven't been put into actual use because of the restrictions that technologies use to impose on those on the usage of those algorithms and methods. So I think we're just scratching the surface, especially with the big amount.
Hi, I'm Gerd Leonhardt, futurist in Zurich, Switzerland. I have the pleasure of being the opening keynote speaker at the upcoming IEEE conference on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. And I will be speaking about digital transformation in the post-COVID world, the next 10 years. I think that the future is much better than we think, but we'll have to design it wisely. We'll have all the tools of technology, but will we have the wisdom? That is the key question about AI and the Internet of Things, and of course in technology in general. I'll also be giving you a special deal on my book, Technology vs. Humanity, at the event. So be sure to tune in, and I hope to see you there, and good luck until we meet. Hi, I'm Gerd Leonhardt, futurist in Zurich, Switzerland. I have the pleasure of being the opening keynote speaker at the upcoming IEEE conference on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. And I will be speaking about digital transformation in the post-COVID world, the next 10 years. I think that the future is much better than we think, but we'll have to design it wisely. We'll have all the tools of technology, but will we have the wisdom? That is the key question about AI and the Internet of Things, and of course in technology in general. I'll also be giving you a special deal on my book, Technology vs. Humanity, at the event. So be sure to tune in, and I hope to see you there, and good luck until we meet. Hi, I'm Gerd Leonhardt, futurist in Zurich, Switzerland. I have the pleasure of being the opening keynote speaker at the upcoming IEEE conference on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. And I will be speaking about digital transformation in the post-COVID world, the next 10 years. I think that the future is much better than we think, but we'll have to design it wisely. We'll have all the tools of technology, but will we have the wisdom? That is the key question about AI and the Internet of Things, and of course in technology in general. I'll also be giving you a special deal on my book, Technology vs. Humanity, at the event. So be sure to tune in, and I hope to see you there, and good luck until we meet. Hi, I'm Gerd Leonhardt, futurist in Zurich, Switzerland. I have the pleasure of being the opening keynote speaker at the upcoming IEEE conference on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. And I will be speaking about digital transformation in the post-COVID world, the next 10 years. I think that the future is much better than we think, but we'll have to design it wisely. We'll have all the tools of technology, but will we have the wisdom? That is the key question about AI and the Internet of Things, and of course in technology in general. I'll also be giving you a special deal on my book, Technology vs. Humanity, at the event. So be sure to tune in, and I hope to see you there, and good luck until we meet. Hi, I'm Gerd Leonhardt, futurist in Zurich, Switzerland. I have the pleasure of being the opening keynote speaker at the upcoming IEEE conference on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. And I will be speaking about digital transformation in the post-COVID world, the next 10 years. I think that the future is much better than we think, but we'll have to design it wisely. We'll have all the tools of technology, but will we have the wisdom? That is the key question about AI and the Internet of Things, and of course in technology in general. I'll also be giving you a special deal on my book, Technology vs. Humanity, at the event. So be sure to tune in, and I hope to see you there, and good luck until we meet. Hi, I'm Gerd Leonhardt, futurist in Zurich, Switzerland. I have the pleasure of being the opening keynote speaker at the upcoming IEEE conference on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. And I will be speaking about digital transformation in the post-COVID world, the next 10 years. I think that the future is much better than we think, but we'll have to design it wisely. We'll have all the tools of technology, but will we have the wisdom? That is the key question about AI and the Internet of Things, and of course in technology in general. I'll also be giving you a special deal on my book, Technology vs. Humanity, at the event. So be sure to tune in, and I hope to see you there, and good luck until we meet. Hi, I'm Gerd Leonhardt, futurist in Zurich, Switzerland. I have the pleasure of being the opening keynote speaker at the upcoming IEEE conference on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. And I will be speaking about digital transformation in the post-COVID world, the next 10 years. I think that the future is much better than we think, but we'll have to design it wisely. We'll have all the tools of technology, but will we have the wisdom? That is the key question about AI and the Internet of Things, and of course in technology in general. I'll also be giving you a special deal on my book, Technology vs. Humanity, at the event. So be sure to tune in, and I hope to see you there, and good luck until we meet. Hi, I'm Gerd Leonhardt, futurist in Zurich, Switzerland. I have the pleasure of being the opening keynote speaker at the upcoming IEEE conference on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. And I will be speaking about digital transformation in the post-COVID world, the next 10 years. I think that the future is much better than we think, but we'll have to design it wisely. We'll have all the tools of technology, but will we have the wisdom? That is the key question about AI and the Internet of Things, and of course in technology in general. I'll also be giving you a special deal on my book, Technology vs. Humanity, at the event. So be sure to tune in, and I hope to see you there, and good luck until we meet. Hi, I'm Gerd Leonhardt, futurist in Zurich, Switzerland. I have the pleasure of being the opening keynote speaker at the upcoming IEEE conference on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. And I will be speaking about digital transformation in the post-COVID world, the next 10 years. I think that the future is much better than we think, but we'll have to design it wisely. We'll have all the tools of technology, but will we have the wisdom? That is the key question about AI and the Internet of Things, and of course in technology in general. I'll also be giving you a special deal on my book, Technology vs. Humanity, at the event. So be sure to tune in, and I hope to see you there, and good luck until we meet.
also will take it for expenses and others. Right now, this kind of workshop and this one, it is really very nice. We can conduct it from our home also, and sitting here and can deliver more. Yes, there is some time we have to note about the time difference between the countries, between the region. And I think in the next year, 2021, we will, as government, as entities like here, will depend a lot on conducting such meetings, such conferences, using different technical platforms.
Since you're talking about the conference, I'm going to ask you, I'm pretty sure that you have attended tens of virtual conferences this year, right?
Yes.
So can you share with us the most significant factors or elements that made this conference in particular interesting or special in your opinion?
Well, by attending these kind of virtual conferences, I had a chance to meet very expert people in the world, from different worlds, to know them, to introduce to them also. And this conference also, IEEE for IoT, it will be good for me that to see and meet with very expert people in this field, which really, this is the most important thing, that to know more people, to introduce with them, and to see the new topics and coming from different field, which is from academic field also, and from the people who's working in labs and this kind of thing. So I really appreciate for having such a conference also.
Okay, so as you might know, let's focus a little bit on this conference. The objective of it is directed towards supporting an integrated model of an interactive and collaborative technological nature among academia, industry, and government as well. So how do you see this integration of technology happening in the IEEE GCAIoT with its technical industry and government track?
Let me tell you that answering to your question and experience, or the thing that we are doing right now. And I was talking about the 5G, and you know about the 5G.
Yeah.
And the UAE, one of the first countries in the region who's introduced the 5G commercially, trials, and now we are having also, last year we launched a 5G strategy for 2020, 2025 and beyond. And in order to do or to implement this 5G strategy very well and to have excellent 5G in our country, we need to work together with all related people, all related entities. And when I say all, I mean the government, international organization like IEEE, ITU, and others, and with all academic institutions, all of them, and government entities, operators, vendors, and we are now establishing committees, working group, which this all entities, all what I had just mentioned, the name, all of them, they will be part of these committees and working competencies. These kind of conferences, it will really help to bringing those all entities to work together. Right now, the technologies is evolving very fast, not like before. If we see 10 years before, how the generation is evolving, now it was taking 10 years. We had one study from first generation to 5G right now. It took every generation 10 years. Right now we can see the fast pace for coming new generation will be less than that. Already you can hear about some countries started talking about 6G.
Welcome again, our audience. We are now having one of the most important sessions of the conference. It's the keynote speech by Mr. Gerd Leonard. What are we heading after COVID-19? How technology will shape the new world. One of the most important. After the session, Mr. Gerd will be answering these questions within the speech. If you have any question, please post them on the questions panel on the right of the screen. I would like also to welcome Mr. Robert Bierwolf, the Vice President of IEEE TEMS. He will be with us during the session and during the Q&A session. So now we will start the session.
Salam alaikum and greetings. This is Gerd Leonhard, futurist in Zurich, Switzerland. I am delighted to contribute a keynote to the IEEE Global Conference on AI and the Internet of Things 2020 in beautiful Dubai. First, I'd like to thank His Excellency Hussein Al-Hamadi, Minister of Education in the UAE, and the esteemed representatives from different governments in the Middle East and international institutions. I want to kick off this conversation by talking about the digital transformation in the post-COVID world. You know, it's been a really crazy year, I think, for most of us. Unbelievable change has come our way, unbelievable challenges, and also some pretty amazing opportunities. One thing is for certain, we're not going back to normal. We're not going back to the world before COVID, because the way that we look at things has changed. We have learned so much and we've suffered so much, and now we're thinking about what we want in the future. We're thinking about globalization, we're thinking about healthcare, we're thinking about leadership, we're asking questions. Our mindset has changed, especially I think if you're a millennial, if you're between 25 and 35, this is a deep cut in our lives, and it's going to make us think about the future different. It's truly a great reset, a great transformation as we're going into this world that is vastly different than before. We're going into a world where there's a shake-up. Right? There's things that used to matter before, all of a sudden they're different, and things that have been on the top are falling down to the bottom and creating an entirely new framework of how we look at the world. This is going to manage and change our world in the next 10 years in a fundamental way, especially in the Middle Eastern region. So a couple of things, for example, cruise ships, flying, the oil industry, cars, Bitcoin, Brexit, you know, all the things that were mattered so powerful before. Now, what is powerful now? Well, on the top now, we have, of course, healthcare and dealing with the vaccine, technology, anything with technology, remote working, sustainable energy, trusting the government has changed our worldview completely. Are we just going to go back to the pre-pandemic circumstances? No, we're not, because the narrative has changed, our worldview has changed, our approaches have changed, and this is really going to drive digital transformation in an entirely new way. I mean, really what happened is that it's quite clear that the future is no longer just a destiny. It's not something that happens to us. I mean, never really was, but many people thought about the future as something that just happens to us, you know, comes from, I don't know, America, Silicon Valley, China. No, right? The future is a choice that we make. What we want is going to be more important than what we can have with technology, because in 10 years, let's face it, technology will be virtually unlimited, unlimitedly powerful, pretty much all the options that we want to address our problems, but we have to make the right choices. The future is a choice, especially when technology is now exponential, Moore's law, convergent and combinatorial, Metcalfe's law, and many other laws that I'm going to talk about a little bit later. But we're living in the most powerful time of change. The next 10 years will bring more change than the previous 100 years. That is because technology is finally getting real. Yeah, we talked about 3D printing, we talked about quantum computing, we talked about new ideas for how to do AI, like machine learning and deep learning, I don't know, for 20 years, but it's finally actually working. I'll show you some examples. In the next 10 years, we're going to go through a transformation that is unheard of. For the UAE and the entire region, this is a crucial transformation away from natural resources to the resources of the mind, the resources of thinking, of technology, of creativity, to virtual resources. I mean, clearly, these topics aren't new. We've had debate about automation and factories all the way back to Charlie Chaplin, and of course this movie that you may know from, I don't know, 50 years ago. But now it's all about this, right? It's about the power of technology. If it hadn't been for the power of technology and AI, we probably would suffer a lot more from this current COVID crisis. I mean, think about if we hadn't had AI to figure out a possible remedy and to the pandemic and the vaccine, and of course all the therapeuticals and so on, it would be much, much worse than today. We've already made giant steps into this future where clearly we are going warp drive, right? You see, hit the button and boom, off we go into the next 10 years. Exponential, right? 4, 8, 16, 32. In 10 years, we'll be at 256, probably 100 times X of today. Imagine that. 100 times as powerful technology as today, 9 billion people on the internet, hundreds of billions, if not trillions of connected devices. A reset of energy, a reset of machine intelligence. I mean, great opportunities and also, of course, great challenges because of the speed, right? It's hard to deal with warp drive as a human. I mean, clearly, in this scenario, it's kind of like a giant development of all the things that were there before, for example, telemedicine, telehealth, entertainment, working in the cloud, and e-commerce and stuff. That's all of a sudden being sucked into this giant warp drive hole where everything is much faster than before, not just because of COVID, also because it's just possible. Right? I mean, we're looking at a future where also the not so good things are emphasized because of the warp drive, because of the speed, right? For example, deglobalization and rethinking supply chain and isolationism and unilateralism, which I will discuss later. And of course, the isolation that comes with being a virtual worker and working remotely all the time, and climate change, and of course, inequality. Right? I mean, we're going to a world to where that's already quite clear. The top 10% are recovering quickly in the crisis. The bottom 90% are left holding the bag. Right? Inequality has been amplified, and isolation has been amplified, and of course climate change. I'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, those are things that we have to tackle as well. We can't just take the advantage of great technology and not deal with the social and cultural issues. Remember this, technology will not solve political, social, and cultural and human issues. Right? It'll probably make them worse. Look at social media and what happened in social media. We have to address this on a broader scale. If we want an amazing world to live in, we have to think beyond the practical aspects and the economic aspects and not just put profit and growth first. We have moved into a world that clearly is egged on by COVID in so many ways. I call this the 5 bigs. Right? So we essentially have big tech, right? We have big media, which everybody's using now. We have big state. Huge debate about this, but the state is now running the show in so many ways, right? Big health, clearly that goes without saying, and of course big green, which I'll emphasize here, but basically big blue, right? That is technology absolutely everywhere, and this is where all the money is going. This is where all the growth is, and fortunately for us, the convergence of technology and biology, of healthcare, exponential, convergent, combinatorial. In 10 years, we probably won't be taking pills for cholesterol, or maybe not even for diabetes. You know, maybe we're even going to be able to prevent cancer in 20 years. I mean, amazing stuff that's happening with CRISPR-Cas9 and technology and all those things. And of course, climate change is now finally on the agenda in a big way, because we're saying, you know, if we have emergencies, we have to act quicker. We learned that from COVID. And climate change is a much bigger emergency than COVID could ever be, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But huge opportunities also for new markets. I mean, climate change and dealing with new renewable energy, and of course the entire switch to renewable society, that isn't just a challenge, it's also a business plan. Think about that for a second, right? So big tech, big media, big state, big health, big green. That is the opportunity in the next year and the next couple of years. And clearly that's going to take over pretty much anything else that was there before. So huge decade of change that's coming our way the next 10 years, right? More change than the previous 100 years, driven by what I call the game changers. Okay. And of course, I'm sure you're pretty aware of the game changers, but just to kind of recap a little bit, I mean, clearly it's all about data. Data is the new oil. Talked about that many times before. Everything is in the cloud. Cloud computing is now the standard. Everything is connected to the Internet of Things. Everything is computable. Quantum computing is coming. Supercomputing is coming. In 10 years, this computer I'm using here right now will probably have 1 million times the power that it has now. And it may not actually be on my desk, it may be in the cloud. And of course, natural language processing, speaking to machines, just mind-boggling the progress that we've made there. Also recognizing images. Intelligent machines, not intelligent like humans, not human agency, not human consciousness, no, but pretty smart machines. Computers are no longer stupid. The blockchain, clearly a very big deal for pretty much anything about transactions, not so much for money in my view. 3D printing, finally getting real, and of course virtual reality, and down here human genome editing. Whoop, I gotta get it out of the way. Human genome editing, which I described before, but these are all coming at the same time. They're coming together. They're creating a giant push forward in every possible way. I mean, consider yourself lucky. 10 years ago, we had most of these trends already, but they weren't coming together, and now they are. Again, in 10 years, we're going to be in an entirely different place. That's both very exciting, but potentially also nerve-wracking, right? Because who's in charge? Who's in control as science fiction is becoming science fact? Just to give you some examples about the science fiction, science fact part, right? For example, controlling machines with your voice, speaking to the computer, being able to use voice recognition for customer service, intelligent assistance. That's all coming. It's all in the wings. All we have to understand is how to use it with humans rather than against humans. 3D printing. We can already 3D print earlobes, kneecaps, tooth implants, engine parts. That is going to be a huge change in the global supply chain. Also, of course, in global trade. I think we'll trade other things instead. So I won't make much of a dent there, but it will be a huge shift in terms of how we do it. And of course, telemedicine and being able to check your situation, your medical situation from home. Imagine what kind of difference that would make in the region when you're in a faraway place and you can't really tap into a live doctor. Can you do remotely? Absolutely. 90% of things that we do with the doctor could be done that way. And of course, machine learning. This is a really big deal of artificial intelligence. It's actually not about machines thinking like humans. It's about machines learning patterns and being able to provide prognoses and advanced information and actually learning from things that would be impossible to learn from humans, for humans, because of the limited amount that we can take in on information. Clearly, for your region, that's the ticket, the 10 game changers. And here's the other ticket that you have to remember. It doesn't make any sense unless we put the human back inside. Until we create human value, not machine value, not stock market value, not just economic value, but human value, social, ethical, cultural, political, human, personal value. Right? That is ultimately what all the science is all about, right? Kind of human happiness. Right? So 4 bottom lines here. Data is the new oil, but it's also kind of a new plutonium. It's a new way of using data as a weapon. Social media has clearly shown that data can be used as a weapon, and we do have to keep a very good eye on this and use regulation. That is all coming this year, clearly, very big deal. AI is the new electricity. It's powering all of those transactions that are based on data. And that's clearly going to make vast differences in our life. The cloud is the new office as we work from home, and it's also the new living room. I mean, you could say to some degree that we're going to live in the cloud. And in 10 years, I think most of us will work in the cloud in some way. Clearly, the challenge here will be dehumanization, isolation, not connecting to people anymore. Virtuality, same thing, very powerful stuff like Tom Cruise in Minority Report, going inside, fetching the data. That's going to be our new eyes, our ears, our senses. Also very powerful, but also potentially quite conflicting. Imagine all these things come to fruition. How will I make sure that I can still do what I want to do as a human, which is not being a machine? And clearly, the economic fate of your region and your country, clearly the empires of the future are the empires of the mind, said Winston Churchill. I don't know, 1951, I think, quite some time ago. Empires of creativity, of ideas, of non-physical things, not of natural resources. And natural resources will continue in some way or the other, but clearly we're going to go to a giant shift as to what we are transforming, which is ourselves and our societies, not just our resources, like through the use of virtual reality that you can see here. called Oculus Rift Infinite Office from Facebook, right? I mean, imagine if you had that and that was working, mind-boggling, right? But also potentially addictive, confusing, potentially dehumanizing. So how are we going to find the right path through this? How are we going to find the right path about the Internet of Things? It could be heaven or it could be hell. I mean, imagine the data wasn't private. Imagine everything was trackable, including your thoughts, right? And never mind your actions. And we are essentially inventing a new meta-intelligence. That's what we're doing when we use data and cloud and the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, so-called. I would rather call this intelligent assistance, IA, for now. But yeah, we're inventing something extremely powerful. And so the question is, in the end, who is mission control for this? Who can we trust? Do we need a global trust network? Absolutely. A digital identity provider? Absolutely. Can it be one country or one company? No. This is a global issue. If we have to solve it together, clearly that's going to be a very big deal about figuring out how to make this positive for the most part and to deal with the negative consequences. Clearly we're moving into that future where that is the new normal. The digital transformer will be absolutely everywhere, as we jokingly call it. I'm going to stick the old business in and out comes the new business, right? So smart farming, smart energy, smart cities, smart banking, smart home, smart industry, not just Industry 4.0, but Industry 5.0, based on all of the things than before, plus artificial intelligence, and of course, smart government, yeah, absolutely everywhere. That is the ticket to the future. But it should be smart, but not so smart that we can't understand it anymore, right? So connected everything and smart everything, that brings up the question, clearly, what about humans? Because humans aren't always smart or connected or fast. In fact, humans are inefficient and they make mistakes. So how will that fit together? Do we have flexible enough rules? Do we leave the human in charge? That is clearly going to be super important, that we don't make it too smart so that we stop kind of connecting with who we are, because this is kind of the reality, right? Humans and machines are converging. And not converging, hopefully, in the physical sense, but yeah, many things are interfacing between humans and machines, and that is going to be absolutely where we're going. Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, said something very important 2 years ago at the European Commission event where I was attending. He said, technology can do great things, but it does not want to do great things. It doesn't want anything. And I so agree with this. If we want technology to do the right thing and to deliver human value, we have to make it do that. And we have to make choices. We have to make rules. We have to make recommendations. We have to make social contracts. Because technology doesn't understand values or the things that we really want. It understands command lines, zeros and ones. Yes, it can learn, but not like us. It's a narrow learning machine, but extremely long. Right? And general intelligence is not really part of this. Take 5G. 5G is going to be absolutely a revolution in communicating. No latency, instant access. Think about telemedicine. Think about anything that can be done with a hologram or augmented reality. And that is not far away. Rollout in your region, I don't know, 5 years. It's already happening. That's going to fundamentally change your life. But here's the thing. When we think about all the connectivity and data, analytics and intelligence, here's the bottom line, riffing off Albert Einstein's saying, I think everything should be as connected, smart, automated, and efficient as necessary, but not more. When things are too efficient and too much machine-based and too much controlled by machines, we're going to lose what makes us human. Our freedom, our liberty, our free will, that is a balance you have to strike. That is a serious task, because we want the benefit but not the disadvantage. And everything should be as connected as possible, but not more. So, as we're moving into the future, most of technology is clearly a present to us. It can lead to amazing things, but when we use it too much, then it's like anything we use too much, whether it's coffee or cigarettes or food. Right? So too much of a good thing can be a very bad thing. Technology can be used as a weapon and as a bomb. AI can be used to do great things, or it can be used to destroy. Just like a carpenter can use a hammer to build a house or kill somebody on the street. Right? So technology is morally neutral until we use it. And so this is why we need digital ethics. We need a framework. What is good and what's not so good. And that has to be decided, of course, locally, regionally, but also internationally. What we do not want is an arms race of artificial intelligence. Countries trying to beat each other to superiority, like Russia's president has said a few years ago, that whoever dominates AI dominates the world. Well, that is probably not a very good idea to pursue this course in the future. I really think as we are going into the world that is completely connected and making entirely things possible, especially for our kids, and think about what they're going to do in the future, technology drives our society, but ethics will define it. We should let technology frame many things, business activities, and what we do as an economy, but it should not frame us as humans. We should frame technology. We should define what it should do. And not just because it can do it, but why? Right? That is the key question that we're going to ask, because technology has no ethics. It is a machine. Right? And even if it eventually gets much better at simulating us, which it will, right, we are going to need to define the framework. And that is so crucial about artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things, not just to rush into progress, but also to have precaution, to be proactive and precautionary. That is not going to be entirely easy.
You know, Monkey has been able to control the computer with its brain. Just, yeah.
As our good friend Elon Musk launches his new project called the Neuralink, connecting your brain to the computer, this question pops up left and right. Yeah? Is it going to be great? Well, if you're handicapped or you can't move and you can't communicate, yes. But building super people, superhumans, super soldiers, the Neuralink brain computing plans that he has put on the map, right? All you have to do is watch that on YouTube. It's quite scary, right? But clearly, as Marshall McLuhan once famously and wisely said, I think it was 1968, we shape our tools, and thereafter they shape us. Do we want to be shaped by this kind of technology? No. We should shape it. We should not transcend humanity, but we should transcend technology. That's the key to our future. So when we speak about ethics, we have to first define it, and that is an important part. Ethics is knowing the difference between what you have the power to do and the ability and the right, and what is the right thing to do. Clearly that speaks to Facebook again, right? They have the power and the right to do what they did and they are doing, but it is still unethical, right? It's not the right thing to do. So that question will be with us everywhere, especially in AI, as we talk about the power of machine learning and deep learning. Yeah, do we have the right to do? Can we do it? Yeah, increasingly so. Is it the right thing to do? And who's in charge? I mean, clearly we're moving into the future like this, where AI is going to be on this course running from assisted intelligence, IA, to automation, to augmented intelligence, and then ultimately to autonomous intelligence. I do not think that autonomous intelligence is a very good idea. In fact, I think that at that point is where we need the moratorium to think about how far do we go with this? Do we want a machine with an IQ of 1 trillion? Well, you know, IQ is a very relative thing. You know, there's a lot more involved than just computing, right? But clearly we may eventually face these issues that we already face today, but X 100,000, bias, manipulation, reductionism, you know, boiling us down to simple stuff that's not human, dehumanization, and of course last, the loss of human control. That is something that we need to take a look at while we develop the good tools that we have, right? As long as we're over here with intelligent assistance or automation, you know, we're still in a pretty safe place. But as we move up to autonomous intelligence, those questions will be ultimately crucial. Again, right now, mostly IA, but then proceeding down the road fairly quickly, I would say roughly 10 years to reach more of a general AI level beyond Google Maps and Slack automation and things like that, right, that we have now. And going towards artificial general intelligence, this is where we're going to need a moratorium. That's where we're going to have to say, you know what, until here we go, and then it's just not going to be controllable. Read Stuart Russell's book on AI called Human Compatible. That tells pretty much the secret beyond all of these things. And in the book, he talks about this issue that I've looked at many times before, and again, quoting Blade Runner, right? Do we really want a system that's more human than human, right? I don't know, as the Tyrell Corporation said famously in the movie, business is our mission. We want people to be more, our robots to be more human than human. Well, the bottom line really is we do not want that. Stuart Russell says in his book, quite simple, when we think about AI, it's not about the Hollywood stuff or any of these things. What we want from them is competence, not consciousness. We should not pursue consciousness in machines. We should pursue competence that's subject to our purpose and our context. That is the key of artificial intelligence. We're moving into a future where clearly we are at a fork in the road. Whatever we decide now, we can make changes, but basically, it's going to decide what we do now in the next 10 years. What you do now in your region is going to decide utopia, the positive part, hopefully, and the beautiful part of our future, the nirvana or oblivion. And that's all going to be decided in the next 10 years. We will have all the tools we need, but do we have the telos, as the ancient Greek used to say, the will, the purpose? Do we have the right idea? Do we have the right measurement? That is going to be our choice as we go in the future. And clearly we are facing 4 different waves here. And the first wave, of course, being COVID. And not going to talk much about that because it's not really a pleasurable point. But the recession coming from COVID will be over sooner than we think. But ultimately, the next big wave is climate change. And beyond that, of course, the singularity and AGI, artificial general intelligence. All these ways have good things and they have not so good things. But clearly, business as usual is over. Right? It's dead or dying. If you think business as usual will continue and your business plan is safe, no. The future is not an extension of the present. The future is entirely rebooting all the time now, and it's arriving much quicker than you would have ever thought. I guarantee you that the effects of climate change will not take 20 years to arrive. They're going to take less than 10 years, and we're seeing them already now. Business as usual is dead. We have to reinvent. We have to rethink. We have to rethink how we use our economic logic and clearly go beyond the current crisis discussion, right? Because clearly climate change, as it is coming, and it's been already on the agenda before COVID, is just a test run, right? COVID is a test run for climate change. 1,000 eggs. And it's coming quicker than we thought. And it's a giant opportunity for us to reinvent how we do everything. It's a giant opportunity to think about the unthinkable becoming the new normal, like the carbon tax. We already have carbon taxes, right? But we also have $3.5 trillion worth of fossil fuel subsidy. That is not going to last. We're going to see a carbon tax pretty much on airplane rides. For example, you'll pay as much for the carbon tax as you pay for the ticket. And we're going to see a carbon tax on meat, on eating meat. And never mind, of course, using a regular car. That is becoming the new thing because of the COVID crisis, but also because of before. Think about the new normals. Don't go back to the old normal. It will destroy us. When we think about the new normal, we think about things like Europe. What has happened to Europe? Well, we're finally at the point where we are uniting. Right? The stimulus package, the green package, unheard of before. You can expect Europe to come together. That's going to have great impact on your region as well, because the United States of Europe will be much more powerful than it is today. Yes, it's not perfect, it's painful, but it will happen. We're going to see a pivoting America. And clearly this is going to have a huge global impact, hopefully positive, right? After 4 years of a political desert, so to speak, right? And of course, the end of oil. It's already the end of coal. It's cheaper to build a solar plant, a renewable energy plant in India and Brazil than it is to build a coal plant. And clearly we're moving towards the end of oil the next decade. That will have vast ramifications, of course, on your region and your country, but it is entirely manageable. Right? There's new revenue streams coming in from the green deals, the unthinkable, the new normal, a new way of looking at money as well. Our economic system is resetting. It's not just going to be about one thing, profit and growth. No, we have seen already the change before COVID, the shareholder economy, not the stockholder economy, and the sort of turn to what I call the quadruple bottom line, right? People, planet, purpose, and prosperity. Those four things. That's what's going to run our future. That's what's going to be most important. That is going to be the new paradigm of a stock market, like the long-term stock exchange. You want to define the future, start a stock exchange in Dubai that does this, right? That brings in companies who have the quadruple bottom line, who think further than just GDP, beyond GDP, which is quite clearly not a ticket, not suitable for the future. And our future is going to be about multilateralism, about globalization, about also regionalization, like in supply chain, but clearly about collaboration. It's not going to be about isolationism. It's going to be about solving the large issues together, using technology and using our wisdom, our policy, clearly, as we go into the future of water, food, energy being defined by what we do together. Right? This is where you guys can take a lead in the region. And the human impact of this will be gigantic, right? I mean, automation will have much more impact than globalization. And many people think that because of automation, because of all the tech, we're going to become useless. No, we're not. Right? Because we get to move up the food chain. Right? Yeah, you're useless if you're working like a robot will take your job. That concerns quite a few people. But think about your job as being completely like a robot. No, not so many, not even a call center, right? It's completely automatable, or a driver. Because the reality really is, as we're doing this, we're switching to a new way of looking at the world. The human-only skills, right? Critical thinking, right? Purpose, curiosity, all the stuff that only we can do, that is finally going to be realized as more important, right? Even though automation will remove some jobs, there are going to be new ones based on our human-only skills, the things that only we can do, the things that only humans can put together and realize in the future. So the bottom line is this: as machines are getting smart, that anything that can be automated and digitized, robotized will be. Right? Machines are learning how to do this. But don't fear this, because there's so many things that we are doing that cannot be automated or virtualized. So we have to use machines to do simple jobs like this one. Pretty fancy iRobot, or it can do jobs like this one, like the Tesla car parking itself. Yeah, it seems trivial, and it is trivial, but it's truly amazing this is possible. Is that going to replace humans? No. It is just a tool that we use to automate things as they come along. And then we have tools like GPT-3, this AI, that's a generative pre-trained transformer. It's a model to where you can type text or you can speak text and it creates an app, or it does stuff that people would usually do. So creating an instant app, a JavaScript, a translation, a thesaurus entry, whatever, like you can see here. OpenAI launched this, I think, a couple of months ago. It's pretty mind-boggling stuff. So do we need programmers in the future? Yes, we need programmers, because this is just the beginning of what you can do with programming. It is not going to take us away from programming. It will take us away from the stupendous programming, you could say, the commodity work, right? The work that a machine can do. But there's so much more work to be done, right? It's smart in the sense of a machine, but it's not thinking, it's not existing, it's not conscious, it doesn't have human agency. Right? Anything that cannot be automated will become much more valuable. And this is where we have to invest. We have to invest equally in technology, then also equally in humanity, in both parts of what we do, especially for our kids and for education. When I talked about this a couple of months ago at another event in the region, we have to teach our kids also to be better humans, not just to be better scientists, to have consciousness and values and ethics, philosophy, art, design. That's what makes us human. That's much more valuable in the future. Because what's happening, clearly, machines are learning the routines everywhere. They're learning it in warehouses, they're learning it on the internet, they're learning it in e-commerce. But, as an example, Amazon, the key automator of the world, really, last year hired 150,000 people. This year, 250,000 people. And what kind of work are they doing? Well, it's work that the machines can't do, or work with the machines, hopefully not for the machines. Right? So clearly, that also means our education has to change. You know, we have an emphasis on STEM, especially in your region, which I think is good, but is that the future? India has 1 million engineers graduating every year. Are they all going to find work when machines get smart? Well, we're going to need a bit more than that. Right? And I call this HECI in my book, Technology versus Humanity. Humanity, ethics, creativity, and imagination. That is going to be the underpinning in the future of jobs, to rehumanize our education. And of course, that's going to be equal with science and technology. Clearly, we have to have both. Right? So understanding humans is really important. Understanding science is important. And depending on your own emphasis, we are going to need both. But don't make a mistake about this. Anything that can be done by machines in the future will be. And that includes a lot of science and technology as well, as we are moving up the food chain to do human-only work. So really, what does it all mean for us? In the end, smart technology will be absolutely everywhere. The Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, intelligent assistants. But on top of that, there is the human intelligence. Very hard to think of that as being done by machines, maybe in 20 years, maybe in 30 years, maybe in 50 years, maybe never, I don't know. But we have social intelligence, intellectual intelligence, kinesthetic, emotional intelligence. That's what most people want from their company leaders now. That's what HR wants here, right? So this is our recipe for the future. Amazing humans on top, awesome humans on top of amazing technology, right? Well, the good old American word awesome. It's a very good fit here. So that is a ticket, I think, for us to think about the future, this kind of handshake between humans and machines. That's what we want. And that handshake has to be supervised. It has to be organized, right? And it has to have ethics. And that's why I have suggested so many times to start a digital ethics council. And I think you have those discussions with the Minister of AI and the Minister of Happiness in your country coming together and thinking about this. I think this would be a very, very powerful lead to have, thinking about what is the right thing to do with technology, because technology will be unlimitedly powerful. Let me give some final thoughts. First, let's start here. We need to forget this question about what will the future bring, as if we weren't there to make it, as if somebody else would make it. Here's the real question, right? The real question is, what kind of future do we want? What kind of future do we want to leave our children? What kind of future do we want to create? What is our preferred future? Because we will have all the options, especially in your region. What kind of future do you want? Right? And where are you going to put the emphasis? Are you going to put the emphasis on what used to work? That will not work in the future. Or are you going to put the emphasis on the new things that will work around the world, taking a leadership position there? Clearly, as we're moving into the future like this is the key question. Right? Key question is not how we can do something or if we can do something. That's called feasibility. The key question is we're moving from this question of why are we doing it and who is doing it. So away from this issue of saying, well, let's do whatever we can. No, but the question is, why are we doing this and who is it for and who's in charge? And how do we make it human friendly? Hence, I present to you the 6 future principles that have been proven to be very powerful when instituted. First, technology ones, exponential convergent, you're on the path there, I think, pretty well with that transformation. And then the human ones, the societal transformation. That is where transformation has really taken us. Holistic business models, circular economy, human benefit, people, planet, purpose, and prosperity. Putting that together into a giant package, that's where we're going. We're going in the future where the biggest problem is not that machines will take over. That may be a problem eventually, is that we become too much like them. The future really is to embrace technology, but not to become technology. I want to leave you with a final remark on this. It's up to us right now to make the right decisions, to be wise, to shape the future, or to be shaped by it. Thanks very much for listening to me, and it's been a real pleasure to be your keynote speaker today. Salam alaikum and greetings. This is Gary.
افتح المخرج الكلام يقول لي اللي هيحصل قبل ما تقفل.
I would like to thank Mr. Jared very much. And I would like also to thank Mr. Robert, Dr. Robert. I think we are here waiting for the Q&A session.
Yes, we're waiting for the Q&A.
Okay, Mr. Robert, can you hear me well? And Mr. Gerd?
I can hear you very well. We got a little echo here, but otherwise, this is like the sound of the internet now. Echoing people.
Yeah. I think we are working on this because I think we are working on this now to make it.
The other player.
Yeah. Yeah.
Otherwise, we'll have feedback. Turn off the other window. There we go. Let's see if technology is indeed going to help us. You can hear me perfectly, right? Yes, everything is right. Anybody else from here? I think we're in business. Yeah. I always assume we're fine.
I'm muted.
There have been a number of questions indeed, and but allow me to take the honor to ask you the very first question. You rightfully indicated that the past months a lot more happened than in the years beyond it. From your perspective, how should we look at that speed of change? Will it even accelerate more? And if so, what does that do to us as humans? Because we typically do not handle change very well, do we? Yeah, the only way that humans change is two ways, pain and love. Right? That's kind of that. That's been my experience, and that's really quite clear. We didn't take action on the real bombs until we had two of them. We didn't take action on the pandemic until we had a really big one. But then we responded well. So I will paraphrase Winston Churchill, who said, you can always trust Americans to do the right thing after they've tried everything else. And I would say the same about humans. You know, we probably end up doing the right thing after we tried everything else. The only thing is that there's two things that we can't afford to try anything else, and that is climate change. Yeah, that is not recoverable, but eventually, maybe to some degree, we can have a decarbonization regime. And the second one is that once we have an AI with an IQ of 1 trillion, well, that is pretty far away, but there's a chance for that. But and of course, we have corrosive things happening in our society. So we need to just develop more foresight and not just act when we're forced to act. And that would, I think, that's what we've learned from the crisis. So we have learned that it pays off to be prepared, and I think we're going to invest a lot of money in being prepared now in many, many more ways. Thank you. There's a question from Abdullah Al-Barani, and his question is, how do you see technologies affecting gender and social equality? Well, as I like to say, technology does not solve social, cultural, political, and human problems. It makes them worse. Because technology makes things efficient. So if you're going to have manipulation in media, then social media makes more manipulation. Right? If we want to solve social, cultural, political issues, then that's our job. That is the job of people and of government, of politicians, and of those that vote for them. Right? I mean, if we're going to solve poverty and inequality and people divide, well, those are policy decisions. Right? Technology can solve this, but it won't solve it by itself. Social media can be a good thing, but if it's technically explained like we have now, it's just blatant AI-based manipulation. And then it's like, okay, then I'd rather do without it. So this is the question that we have to ask, as I was saying at the end. We have all the tools, but do we have the will? And that's what it comes down to when we talk about AI, the IoT, and all things about technology. We can live in heaven, so to speak, based on technology, but we only have to make some policy decisions about who gets to also be in heaven.
I do agree with you, and in that line, seeing every problem is an opportunity in disguise, right? That's an old saying. But do we indeed, as a society at large, have that mental state to look at in that way, in that fashion? And I'm not just talking about the technicians that are, many of us are present, but it also holds for the politicians, it holds for governments, therefore holds for countries, because we only have one world, but so far we haven't really gotten to the situation that we are all in agreement with that and act accordingly.
Yeah, I think we've learned so much in the COVID crisis about this very topic. First, trusting science, right? Like Americans, finally turning around to trusting science again, or let's say like a government, but not American. Turn to science again. And then second, we've learned about solidarity, like we have here, and we're trying desperately to discover solidarity and help each other. Right? Third, we've learned how important people are, and the trust, that's the fourth thing. Who can we trust? In Switzerland, where I live, we trust the government, right? So we go along with what they're saying. In Germany, they have a lot of questions about that in Germany, right? And Brazil, no. US, no. So we've learned so much, and this is why I think that now that we have the opportunity to go through the suffering, so to speak, and learn, yes, we have a lot of people who have died as a consequence. But imagine if we hadn't collaborated, if we hadn't used technology like we did, like AI in the production of the vaccine, which was clearly used to speed it up, and we probably have 20 million people dead, not just 1.5. Right? So we've learned a lot, and this is why I'm confident that once we learn the hard lesson, we end up doing the right thing. And this will be true for technology, for AI, for the IoT. But we should stop talking about the machines having a solution to our problems, because they are just tools, powerful tools, and the tools should not become the purpose.
But you're then basically saying something that we haven't really achieved. That you're mentioning once we have learned the hard lesson. I thought the idea was that instead of each time having to learn the hard lesson, we grow our learning such that we don't have to each and every time fall down flat on our face before learning.
Yeah, very good point. But we do get faster with the learning. It took us 12 years to get to the nuclear non-proliferation treaties after the first one. So not even longer than I think 18 years, right? 1963. It took us 1 year now with COVID to figure out
around the world, younger people, women. We have learned that this works so much better. Populists are out because they haven't done a thing. They have not managed to do anything right. So now I think this is my hope, that we're looking at Jacinda Ardern and Taiwan and Iceland and Switzerland and Sweden and many other places, and even Portugal, and say, well, we trust people to do the right thing, and we're learning, yes. But I agree with you. There may be more incidents than we'd like to see.
There's another question from the audience from Omar Mohammed. He's a program manager at Delta Square. He says, you talked about putting the human inside. How do you think this is possible, especially with this huge amount of money in the market, hence capitalism?
Again, this is a question of policy. We should not put efficiency over humanity. Never, because that is the road towards dehumanization. So this is why I think we should use all the AI we can to organize city traffic or whatever it is, for environment or whatever. but we should sometimes say, well, we should have a human in the loop because we're making critical decisions that are ethically based and society based, and hence we need the human, even though it may be slower or it may be more expensive. Right? But then again, you could argue that if you just want to save money and make everything efficient, you wouldn't do that. Right? And so this is a question, like I'm posing that question also to the big tech companies. IBM is now retracting from face recognition as a key market because they're saying face recognition is principally a good tool, but has been vastly abused. And do we want to live in a machine society? This is what it comes down to. This is the question we must ask. Do we want to live in a society that the machine is the religion? Right? No, the answer is, I think no matter where you are, most people don't.
Right. I remember we met one time in Amsterdam a number of years ago during one of the sessions of the Dutch Future Society. And you also mentioned ethics there, and also in your speak today. I always think of, you mentioned technology is not a problem. It's what we as humans want to do with it. And I always think about that going back to the biblical story of Cain and Abel, and you can use a stone in many ways. But what really now then has changed? And why would we fear or have less fear for stones, but more fear for AI or alike?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think some of it has changed in some places. In other places, it has not. I mean, for example, you can see the response to the COVID crisis in India or Brazil is to say, well, we're busy dealing with this now, so sustainability is out. We can't invest in that anymore, right? While in Europe, it's the other way around. We're saying now with the COVID crisis, the stimulus package, sustainability is part of the stimulus package, right? You have to have a green strategy. And so every country reacts differently depending on as I think riffing off Peter Drucker, culture eats technology for breakfast, right? And so we're all responding differently to this. I do have a hope that we are seeing the possibility of sensible policy and of collaboration and, of course, multilateralism, which has gone out the window with the previous US president, making a very big comeback now. If we don't act multilaterally, I think, that's basically time out for us, 2050, 2060.
You also mentioned the next 10 years will lead us to a fork in the road on how we deal with humanity. I've just had another conference with the Dutch Professional Society for Information Professionals, and they coined their conference for a number of years now already as Smart Humanity. But right now, the discussion is amongst a very little group of people, I would almost say, as opposed to the large crowd. And what we always know that is if we make a technology move fast, we often forget the large audience. How do you foresee that to be dealt with in order not to lose the audience, so to speak?
Yeah, I think one thing that needs to happen here is really quite clear is we need to make sure that the story of the future is not the story of Silicon Valley or the tech companies, right? I mean, they're just companies who sell their stuff, and it's totally, I mean, many of those are my clients. I understand why, they make money. That's their mission, right? And that's okay, but the story of the future is the human story, right? And building the future is not an engineering problem, right? Because we will not have engineering problems, basically. I mean, we'll always have some, but, we're going to be so exponentially powerful in just 10 years using quantum computing and intelligent machines that we can solve hunger, disease, food. We can have printed food and food grown in the lab, and we can do all of that, right? So this is what it comes down to. To design the future needs to be a common process, and I think for that we need to have a lot more discussion about what we want, what is possible, what is good, and you'd be surprised how many ethical principles on the lowest possible level are pretty much the same around the world. Right? The Dalai Lama once said, ethics is more important than religion. Right? But now, we're not going to talk about religion here. This leads us to a different place, right? But ethics, you'd be surprised how many people have an ethics that says that humans should be protected. Right? And I think that's an agreement that we have on a global level, and we need to focus on that and talk about that.
Yeah. I think that there is always at least common sense, right? Yet at the same time, I wonder sometimes if we are truly making progression or whether we are up for a repetition of history. And I'm then thinking back to the Roman times, where, of course, we had the phenomenon of the circus, remember? And we gave the people bread and games, which really is almost a discussion about is it technology as ruling, or do we really need to emphasize and think of what governance really means? And that's not just governance in a single organization, not in a single country, but globally.
Yeah, clearly we have to. I think the thing about, many organizations like the UN or like the IEEE, it's the discussion about standards and technology and that's all really needed. But unfortunately, every decision you make in technology today is an ethical decision, right? And that wasn't true 10 years ago. It didn't matter if you streamed on Spotify or you downloaded a BitTorrent, right? That wasn't an ethical decision. But now that machines are automating our lives, making decisions, running networks, the ethical decision is basically at every intersection. And so what we need to do is to bring that discussion out. And I always say every politician, every public official needs to have sort of a future view and needs to be able, and I call this the driver's license for the future.
Right.
And clearly Dubai has a lot of those initiatives already, which is really interesting, as compared to, for example, Switzerland, which does not. Right? And in Europe, we by and large are like, okay, the future is, what's interesting to us is the past and the present, right? And that's a grave mistake, because the future is going to be here so quick that we don't know what is coming.
Final question. Because I see we're well exceeding time.
Sorry about that.
No. That's all right. In order to achieve that, what you just said, what is really necessary? Because there's always a difference between, I would say, we want a lot, or wanting, and we surely need to understand what we want. Then we indeed need to have the ability to be able to do what we say that we want. But worse, success only happens if we actually do it. So what now is really necessary to make what you're saying happen indeed in this coming decade? Because otherwise it's going to be a moot point.
Yeah, this is why I say it's a fork in the road, because the underlying challenge is that if we change our economic logic, which is also happening right at this very moment, right? And if we change our economic logic away from saying profit, growth, money, GDP, right? That is going to kill us for sure. Right? And I'm not saying this because there's much of an alternative to capitalism, but we need to have an expanded capitalism, right? People, planet, purpose, prosperity. And this is now a very big movement in many governments and many places around the world. Look at New Zealand. This is basically their agenda, right? And I think when that happens, then we can free ourselves of saying, we have to make money. That's all that counts, right? And that will solve most of the problems. So generally speaking, we have to ask the question, why are we doing this? Not how or if, because we can do all of that. The question is why and who.
Right.
That's what it comes down to.
All right. Gert, I'd like to thank you very much for your contribution to this 2020 edition of the Global Conference on AI and IoT. And look forward to talking to you soon again.
Thanks for having me. See you down the road.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Shukran.
Hello.
Hi, Angie.
Hi, Mr. Leonard. How are you?
Doing all right.
Sorry for cutting you off this interesting talk. I got inspired by some questions, actually.
Very good.
Hi, Mr. Robert Leerwolf. How are you?
That's the whole purpose, right? To get inspired. The whole purpose of the conference.
Of course, such an interesting talk. I really enjoyed it. I don't know if Mr. Gord still.
No, I think he might be off the Zoom.
I think he has some technical issues, I guess.
Well, not necessarily, because it is his Zoom session, right?
Oh, yeah. I have no idea. I just received the link.
So if he pushes end of the Zoom meeting, the Zoom ends.
Yeah. He's in control, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. There are a number of, how you say that, elements coming together in your conference setting, and which also goes back to the people behind it and what's happening there. And Gert mentioned that, for example, and it's also in various media being expressed. For example, the UAE does think about how do we go about if oil is not our mainstream of income anymore, which is a good thing. So they are looking ahead. Trying to look beyond the curve and craft a road how to get there. And that's a good thing. But it's not something that people often do. Or if they do, they get stuck at the situation of what I was mentioning. We want X. That's nice, you want X, but do you have the abilities to have X? So you need to go back and understand what are the capabilities necessary in order to achieve that objective. And then even then, if you have those two, but you still don't do shit, excusez le mot, they say in French. The only reason when something becomes successful if you actually do it. So only talking and writing about it will not help you. You will have to actually do it. Get down in the mud and work. And that is what I perceive from the folks behind what was the artist formerly known as GCAIoT and now GCAIoT is what's happening. And that dynamic, me watching that dynamic thrills me. And I think, wow, that's a group of people I want to support. Henceforth, why we as IEEE Technology Engineering Men's Society are supporting this conference. And so the same holds within IEEE. IEEE does understand it has a societal impact, a large societal impact, if not only because of all of the technology as described in all of the papers from all of the conferences and journals. So you have a huge responsibility in order to ensure the right dialogue happens on all those new insights. And sometimes you indeed need a crisis. It's like classic change management. Unless there is a burning house, nothing happens. Now we have a burning house. Now we have COVID-19. Now shit happens.
I'm going to tackle that as well in the talk as well. Yeah, we're going to be talking about the COVID-19 pandemic, and let's zoom out a little bit from this conference in specific. But how going through this virtual experience in 2020 was just crazy. And how do you think the technical conferences would look like in 2021?
All right, guys, sorry.
No worries.
No worries.
Welcome back.
We were having a post-session interview discussion, I guess.
yeah, we're gonna have an interesting discussion now between both of you. I can just ask the question one more time so that you can share your insights.
Okay.
So we're just talking about the COVID-19 pandemic and the case, what's happening nowadays, given that we're living the virtual experience in 2020. So I was asking, how do you think what the technical conferences look like in 2021?
That's a good one. Let me just hang on. Okay.
Yeah, we'll be seeing hybrid first, because we do have that. Almost say, it's a human need to truly act. And while we can interact in this way, it is still different from if we are in a single room in a setting. Because right now, hereafter, we couldn't kein Bier haben, Gerd. We can't have a beer after, right?
Well, you can't drink beer many places anyway. But I think really what's happening is that we're going to go to a hybrid world.
Yeah.
Because we know the technology is going to work amazingly well. And this is only the beginning, right? What we're doing now. Just wait for augmented virtual reality, mixed reality, holograms. I'm going to travel to Dubai in a hologram in 3 years, buy a ticket from Swiss or from Lufthansa. But on the other hand, every time we connect digitally, we want to connect in real life. That's just human, right? But we're going to be a lot more careful about where and how and for what the cost is. So I think the crazy flying that I did for the last 10 years, I flew almost 1 million miles a year, 100 events. I had several around the world tickets several times a year. That's not coming back. So I think the hybrid stuff is staying, but it's going to make the human contact even more important.
Yeah, actually, we were just talking about technology. It came up to my mind that how can we make the artificial intelligence beneficial to us, and how can it be used to complement human intelligence instead of eradicating our capabilities and skills? How is that doable?
Well, it's like all technology, you can take a hammer if you're a carpenter, and you can kill somebody with your hammer, right? You go build a house. But as a carpenter, you wouldn't look at the hammer and you would say, "Oh, I love my hammer," or it's the house that you build, not the hammer, that matters, right? And when we have technology like we have now, and very soon quantum computing, Internet of Things, nanotechnology, robots in my bloodstream, and so on, then we have to ask the question as to who's the tool and who's the purpose. Right?
Goes back to the ethics and the governance question.
Yeah,
like if like Elon Musk, Neuralink, right? Same thing. The idea of connecting the brain with the computer, with an implant or several implants, right? I think that's a great idea if you're quadriplegic, because then you can walk again,
right,
if you have $2 million. But would it be a great idea for the average human is to basically, let's say, download your memory? Which he said is the goal, right? I think that's a very bad idea. It's like, one is medical and the other one is, gigantomaniac, right? Basically.
But on the other hand, Gert, that's always. I always say the trouble with science fiction movies really is they become truth. Shit happens. And we did have the one all-encompassing brain. What was it called again in Star Trek, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, in the end, it's about choices that we make.
Yes.
For example, I think we should invent anything we can to solve cancer. And for that, we need to put all the DNA in the cloud, clearly. Mm-hmm. We should definitely, even if we can only save one person from getting cancer. But on the other hand, I would want that information on the cloud to be safe and secure and under strict guidelines, so we cannot clone people if we wish. And that is clearly something where, in the end, it's the role of government is to negotiate between science and technology and industry and the needs of the people.
Right.
Yeah.
And if we don't have that, then we're in deep trouble, because then we're going to see the thing that we have with Facebook now, we're going to see that times 500 on every tangent of our society if we don't start looking at this.
Yeah. Yeah, when we're talking about skills, actually, many people have this worry and fear of being replaced by robots or by AI and all these. So if we can use it for our benefit, then in this case, if we're forced to leave our jobs, let's say, in the future, just to be replaced by AI, how do we reply to that? What do we do about that? What do you think? Will it actually replace us, in other words?
The answer is really simple. If you work like a robot will take your job. Right? And even worse, and we talk about education. If you learn like a robot, you will never have a job, right? Because in the end, what robots and technology can do, it's vastly superior logical thinking and zeros and ones, binary information. But life isn't binary. Humans aren't binary. So we're multinary, which means that we see the world like this, right? Instantly. And it's not logical sometimes. Well, it's definitely not logical, and it's not efficient, right? But nevertheless, it works. Yeah. And I think that is our jobs in the future are going to be the jobs that machines can't do.
The creative industry is safe, I guess, because AI is not able to come up with creative stuff yet. Maybe in terms of writing, journalism, creating art, or yeah.
Well, go ahead.
I would almost say it's a state of mind. I don't mind AI, and I have no fear whatsoever that AI will take my job. Worse, for the past 30 years, and people in the industry can tell you, I've been advocating that my job it is to make myself obsolete each and every time. For in each and every project and program I engage, my task is it to make myself obsolete. Because why? Because I'm trying to facilitate a change that does not require me continuously. I'm only the facilitator to make the change. Therefore, I gladly make myself obsolete. That's my whole purpose. And that's a state of mind. Now, many think, and that's a state of mind of how you perceive your work or how you perceive your added value to society. That is where the real change is needed, I guess.
Yeah, and of course the other thing
is... Gert, feel free to disagree.
No, I totally agree. I think that the other thing is that we are thinking of work in a very narrow way, especially as a man, an older man. You're thinking of work as being the purpose and, of course, money, right? And all of that will change dramatically. I think in the near future, if we play our cards right, we may only end up working 2 hours a day or less for the same money, right? Because the problem is not so much that we need work to keep ourselves busy, but we have to redistribute the benefits, right? Yeah. So right now you see a curve like this. It's really across the world. Productivity is increasing like this because of machines and smart machines, right? But worker benefits are staying the same or even declining, right? And why is that? Well, because we're not giving the money that is made on the top back to the people who are actually doing the work, right? Right, and that is exactly what's happening with the big tech companies and the internet companies. That the average Facebook employee makes $287,000 a year. Yeah. I mean, talk about inequality, right?
And we threw away what the real purpose of money was, right? The purpose of money was to facilitate exchange of goods, because otherwise I would have to give you 10 sheep and you had to give me 3 pigs. And to circumvent the problem we figured out, we invented money. It was a concept.
Yeah, and also, when you talk about work, it's important to remember that people get crazy all about AI and robotics and automation, but the fact is we do not have a smart machine at this point that can do anything like a human in any much the same way. For example, driving. Tesla just got rid of their automated driving division, right? Because the machine cannot drive like a human. It drives great for what it's worth, but it does not drive like a human. right? And for example, journalism. You can ask GPT-3 to write an article. The Guardian has done that. Has done a very good job writing an article. I mean, in 5 years, I can speak to my Westwatch. I can say, write a good piece about digital ethics, and it will do it, right? But this is kind of like, it's like online dating, You can date as much as you want online, but the action happens offline, right? And you can't substitute that. The important part happens there between people. It does not happen in the data stream. Yeah.
True.
But how long until we reach the state of, suddenly remember what it was called, the collective. Remember the collective?
Yes. Well,
I think they're still lacking the emotional aspect of human beings, including our beliefs, our morals, and everything that play a role in how we do things in life. So now we're gonna jump to the conference itself and be more specific about this day. We're gonna, of course, that the objective of this conference is directed towards supporting the integrated model of an interactive and collaborative technological nature among academia, industry, and government. I was just asking Mr. Robert this question, but I'm gonna ask you now. How do you see this happening in the IEEE GCAIoT with its technical, industry, and government track?
Well, that's a very good question. I think I'm always struggling with this kind of keeping the academics and the research and the scientists and technologists separate from the other tracks, I think it's good that we're not doing that this year and that we're having this discussion, because in the end, well, until now, it was kind of a separate debate about how it works or if it can work, and governance was always there. But now we're reaching this point to where, science fiction is becoming science fact, right?
Right.
And this is that is the question that IEEE events have to ask. What do we want to be fact? And what do we want to remain fiction, even if it's possible?
I cannot disclose here about things, but I do think IEEE requires to reinvent and re-innovate itself too. And I'll leave to that, because otherwise we'll get into that.
Well, I think it's quite clear what's happening is that all of the bodies that deal with technical standards and technical issues and engineering issues and stuff, they are now being drawn into the debate of purpose and the underlying logic. I mean, you see what happened with Google. When the AI person, what was the name, GCAIoT, the AI scientist who got fired from Google last week, right? 5,000 people have signed the complaint against Google because clearly she was working on very, very important issues for the company and said something critical about being black and being a minority, being a woman, and about AI doing a bad job with that. And boom, she's gone, right? And this kind of thing will not stand in the future because it makes people wonder about who we are giving authority to.
True. Okay, let's continue with the conference for this year. It's a virtual conference, and I'm pretty sure that you have attended tens of conferences this year, right, virtually. So I need you to share with me the most significant factors, perhaps, or elements that made this conference in particular interesting or special, in your opinion.
Well, I think you did something interesting, but also daring, of course. You start your conference with a relatively new young platform, Eventus, without having sufficient proof or experience in how it's actually working. So you run into troubles. Yeah, well, so shit happens, right? But you learn, and that's the whole purpose, I guess. If you take that stance of how to improve and how to learn from whatever goes wrong, you can improve. But that, again, takes an attitude, wanting to do that. So you need to engage also with the folks in the back end on how to ensure things work. I mean, we did something I hadn't seen before. We used Zoom to be as a live feed into Eventus. And then to be streamed outside. I thought that was tricky with 5 minutes before start.
Well, I've seen much worse. That's for sure. I think this is a very good try because we're not going to go back to pre-pandemic habits just because we can. Some of them we will go back, of course, to restaurants and things like that eventually. But I think our behavior has changed in terms of how we learn, where we travel, what we do, who we speak to, and generally speaking, it's been an opening period. I can tell you, I have talked to many more people this year than I would have ever talked to before, just because I wasn't traveling. Huh? And all of a sudden, I'm talking to people that I never got to talk before because I didn't have the time. And of course, I did talk to other people at the events, which was kind of a catch-22. But generally speaking, I think the biggest issue we're having right now, and this is, I think, where the event comes in, is that we're all feeling a little bit isolated. Sitting at home and sipping our tea and looking at screens. And hopefully, this is something that will be part of the event in a mixed mode. Going forward.
Yeah. Definitely. Okay, so I'm going to grab this opportunity to talk about Expo. We cannot not talk about Expo. So I need to ask you, in your opinion, how important it is for such conferences to take part in Expo, because we are participating in Expo. So we'll start with Mr. Robert. Perhaps has something to share with us.
That very much depends. So the real answer is it depends. Because it depends on what you want to achieve with it. Because, of course, co-locating with Expo has an added value in terms of its draw to people, to attendees, which is true for the physical situation. So it really much depends on what you want to achieve. Of course, me personally, I would love to join while you're at Expo to make use of the opportunity to visit Expo. But that's different from the question you're asking. Notice the difference? So it really depends on what you guys want to achieve, how you see that becoming fruitful or of value. And then I think it makes sense for your whole region, your MENA region, to have the conference co-located and then truly create something creatively. Henceforth, we shouldn't be talking just in one direction. We should have workshops. We should have real problems to address where we can then bring the knowledge together to do something with it. Be creative.
Well, I think we're clearly going to see an environment in the future, in the very near future, where we can have a mixed mode event in amazing ways. For example, I don't know if you know Tony Roberts, the guru, the change guru. He did a really funny thing the other day. He put together an online event, and he had in a huge hall like 5,000 TV screens around himself, where everybody was contributing virtually, right? So I foresee at the expo where we're going to sit in a room and debate and talk to people, and then there'll be people piping in from all over the room in different places that can't afford to be there, right? That will take a lot of moderation. And we'll see holograms, I'm sure, virtual reality setups. And this is a lot to get used to, just like we had to get used to Zoom. Yeah. But, I think that's a great point for the expo to show all these things and to bring it all together. So it's probably good timing.
I would like to thank you very much for giving us your time. It was such an insightful chat. Thank you very much. And it was a pleasure talking to both of you.
You're most welcome.
To our end of this conversation. Well, I hope it was sweet and brief.
Perfect.
Sorry, I signed off too early. I gotta go have breakfast now. So
yeah, me too.
All right, guys.
Thank
Talk
you.
to you later. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, leave.
will be considered. This is basically the presentation, and these are the references we included in our paper. And if you have any question or so, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, for the interesting presentation. So let's see. So we haven't received any questions in the chatting area until now. So we may get ready for the next presentation, and if we receive the questions in the chatting area, I will ask them to you. So kindly ask you to stop your sharing.
I'll be available here for any questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, and our next paper in the schedule is the title An Autonomous Loyalty Program Based on Blockchains for IoT Solution Providers. And it is authored by Shaheen Ritanchi, a consultant from the United Kingdom. He actually has provided us with a recorded version of his presentation.
Could you please, 1 second, please, or 1 minute, please, to shift the session in Eventus?
Yes, and please actually get ready with the recorded version of the presentation.
After this one, we will make it one session.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you.
And get ready with the recorded version of the presentation.
Okay.
also is his chairman at the Strata Manufacturing and executive director at Mubadala, as I mentioned earlier. We're delighted to have you with us for this virtual conference. I'd like to grab this opportunity to take you through this journey of questions for the next 30 minutes. Would you like to say something as a start? Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course I can. Let me begin by saying what a pleasure it is to have to be with you and be participating with the IEEE. I mean, it's such a renowned organization. I've heard such great things about it from a very dear colleague of mine, Dr. Lisa Bastinki, and I'm so delighted to be with you today. And ideally, I was preferring this fireside chat because it's more interpersonal, it's less formal, as opposed to me delivering a speech. So I'm really looking forward to actually engaging with you today.
Thank you very much. So it's been a very tough year for all of us going through the COVID-19 pandemic, right? So let's talk a little bit about that, about the aftermath of this phase. We're going to start with COVID-19 and its impact. How has the COVID-19 pandemic impacted innovation in the manufacturing industry, in your opinion?
Well, tough is an understatement if you think about it, because it's really been a devastating year. I think for me specifically on two fronts. One, manufacturing, two, aerospace. Right? If you think about it today, the biggest fear for a lot of people around the world was to actually get on a plane or go to the airport, get on a plane, and not knowing, first of all, who's sitting next to them, are they carrying COVID, are they carrying the coronavirus, could they get impacted, could their lives be, sort of disrupted as a result of catching the COVID virus. And to a certain degree, it's been a very tough year because we, in the businesses that I oversee in aerospace and Mubadala, we do two primary things. One is we make aircraft parts, and as you can imagine, what has happened to the industry from the perspective of airlines canceling their orders, no new production of aircrafts happening, threatening the future of the aerospace sector with respect to new developments. And on the other side, we also fix aircraft engines. We do the maintenance, repair, and overhaul. And from that perspective as well, with the airlines in the front part of the year being grounded, and there were no flights, this was also impacting our business. So you think about the sort of ramifications we faced when you add to that social distancing and the fact that people cannot be working side by side with each other. Aerospace, when you think about making an aircraft part or fixing an aircraft engine, it's all about teamwork. It's all about teamwork. So this was one of the biggest challenges we really had, to make sure that the parts were delivered on time, the engines were delivered on time, and the fact that we could sustain the quality expectations from Airbus and Boeing, from Rolls-Royce and GE. So managing that kind of, let's say, unpredictable and very difficult environment with social distancing into consideration, the fear aspect of people actually worried about catching COVID was one of the biggest challenges, biggest challenges we had over there. Now, with that came some opportunities, as you would imagine. You asked the right question here, innovation. What innovative opportunities did we actually uncover as a result of this? And obviously the one that everyone benefited from was video conferencing, right? Video conferencing was there. I think the fact that we were able to see each other and talk to each other and deal with each other by being remotely did help us a lot. But on top of that, I saw some interesting companies that were providing video analytics. Video analytics that would be able to tell us if people were too close to each other, if there was overcrowding in one specific place, so that we could maintain the health and safety of our people in that environment. That was one of the sort of things that opened my eyes to say that there are technologies out there that will actually help us stay safe in an environment where social distancing was necessary. On top of that, we have robots that were actually doing certain elements of production. And these robots could work remotely. So because of the internet and because of the 5G network, we could access those robots, we could do certain functions with those robots. But I must admit, we're not a fully fledged lights out factory yet. There are certain elements that you need people, but these robots were there to help.
So just like, you want to add something? Okay, so just like anything in this life, COVID-19 pandemic has had its positive and negative sides as well. Let's delve deeper into the positive sides of this phase and talk about perhaps the opportunities. So what innovations are shaping the future of the manufacturing sector, and how are they changing the dynamics of this sector in your opinion?
Well, that's a good question as well. Well, let's start off by saying connectivity is playing a key role here, right? The rollout of the 5G network, we're getting connected machines, connected devices. These machines and devices are becoming smarter and more effective. So that's shaping up our future, shaping up the future of manufacturing. And by building on this connectivity, there are new trends that are coming up. Some of these new trends are related to predictive analytics. So, as I mentioned a while ago, that we do the maintenance, repair, and overhaul of aircraft engines. But we do it reactively. So when an aircraft engine requires a repair, we bring it to us and we repair it. What if I could use all that data and be able to predict when the next maintenance cycle is required so that I can ensure that the airline never stops operating? And I think that's the new trend. The new trend is to shape up a different business model. The business model of being reactive is long gone. The business model of actually performing a service and being paid for it is long gone. The business model of the future is ensuring that you are providing a service and you're providing availability, at least in aerospace. And you're providing an availability premium or an availability fee for making sure the airline can continue operating. Otherwise, into money, I mean, some stuff related to secure transactions using blockchains, payments, authentication of documentation with respect to knowing that these parts are original parts, components that are going into the engine or going into the aircraft. Using blockchain is an opportunity that is coming to fruition at the moment. And then I'm even thinking about other sectors that are being disrupted, for example, by augmented reality. Think about augmented reality and telemedicine. Being somewhere else around the world and being able to use, sort of augmentation from somebody in, let's say, France, helping you with doing a surgery in a remote area where you do not have the tools or you don't have the capability that you would normally have in the Western world. So I think technology is now proven that it is very much part of our lives and very much here to stay. The only thing missing, in my opinion, Angie, is that how do we harness this technology and how do we really take the maximum benefit out of it to actually shape the future?
Yeah, so you've mentioned a keyword, which is opportunity. This will take us to the next question, which is, what are the opportunities, benefits, and challenges of digitization and AI in a globalized society such as the United Arab Emirates?
Well, let's start off with the challenges, right? The challenges are always the hardest part of actually addressing any new technology or any new addition to your environment, to your workforce, to your factory. The first one that I will touch is understanding, awareness, building the awareness. Do people really understand what is AI, what is digitalization, and how can it make a very big difference in their life? I think a lot of people use the buzzword, a lot of people talk about it, myself included. I shouldn't be going towards other people. When I first hearing about 3D printing, my first answer was always saying that 3D printing will change our world. Logically, it will change our world. How will it change our world is something that probably I could not understand until I spent a lot of time with the technology, with the traditional fabrication, with engineers to understand how this could be, sort of shape the new future for manufacturing aircraft parts. Mm-hmm. The second is we have to appreciate artificial intelligence, the platform that we are going to be using. It's like a child. And when you have a child, you have to educate the child the difference between right and wrong, between black and white, between a cat and a dog, and that unfortunately with AI is a much longer process than a human being. Human beings are faster and more agile to learn as opposed to a software system which has to go through ultimate numbers of data sets to be able to distinguish these things. But it's also another thing that we need to take into consideration. It is a process. There is no shortcut there. Mm-hmm. The thing that I would think is also one of the challenges, but again, serves its purpose, is being able to innovate and think creatively about the applications. Right? So let's take 3D printing as an example. 3D printing in aircraft production no-brainer. But where would you do it? Where will you start? How will you use 3D printing, and what problem will you be solving? And I think this sort of takes us into the second part of your question, which is about the opportunities and benefits. I think the opportunities and the benefits of digitalization and AI, number one, solve a problem. And this is what you get when you talk to anybody in the manufacturing world. When they say, what problem are you solving for me? Because that's what I'm looking for. The second thing that they will address, what new business opportunity will this unlock? Let me talk a little bit about our 3D printing project, because it actually combined both of them. Solve the problem, but also create a new opportunity. What we did, this was a joint project between ourselves as Startup Manufacturing, which makes aircraft parts, Ittihad as the national carrier for the United Arab Emirates, and Siemens, which is a technology provider for a lot of different things, one of which included the PLM system that went into 3D printing. The three of us combined managed to 3D print the first interior component made of thermoplastic for a Boeing 777 in 4 months, certified. More importantly, certified. And by doing that, what we have done is that, just imagine, you go into a Boeing 777, an Ittihad airline, and you fly from Abu Dhabi to London. And in that flight, something breaks. The passenger who's going to fly back from London to Abu Dhabi will see a broken component. And that doesn't look nice. Now, you cannot fly a part all the way from your scarce warehouse in Abu Dhabi all the way to London to actually do it. But what you can do is you can send the data to London, to a 3D printing farm, print that component, and attach it. And I think that, to me, not only did it solve a problem, but also today, instead of carrying all that inventory, you can actually 3D print parts. Let me say, at least Ittihad today can 3D print up to 70% of thermoplastic parts inside the cabin of their aircraft. And not only that, they can do it for themselves, and they can do it for other airlines as well. So this is using technology to solve a problem and create new business opportunities for your business.
Yeah. Let's keep talking a little bit more about the challenges and opportunities, but this time more about the future. So what do you think are the future challenges, or what future challenges and opportunities have been revealed during the past months? And how can the aerospace and technology sectors capitalize effectively and adapt to this change?
Well, let's be honest with ourselves. One thing that has actually shown, not just in the aerospace sector, but in general in transportation, is that we have overcapacity. We have an overcapacity of products. And one thing that has come, I believe, not as a response to the overcapacity, but more as a natural reaction to the fact that we were all in lockdown, are e-commerce platforms. Now, what's unique about the e-commerce platforms is that for once, we have a structured format of actually being able to measure customer data. What do customers like? What do customers enjoy? What products they go for? How often do they buy it? And these e-commerce platforms are actually the best source of customer-driven data. The other thing that is also turning out to be a reality is that we as individuals, because we have such an abundance of products and such an abundance of options and choices, customization is becoming critical and customization is becoming important. The reference point that we use is, how do we manufacture a batch of one? How can I have a unique car, a unique furniture in my house, a unique house, in essence, from a design perspective? And I think this is becoming the new future trend as well when it comes to the purchase and the customer-driven behavior. The last thing is an aspect to do with let's say, the delivery of the product to my doorstep. First mile, last mile logistics. Super important in today's context, especially when they attach it to e-commerce platforms. When they act from a perspective of hub and spoke. How do you get the product delivered to you as soon as possible? And I think this is happening in the consumer-driven sort of F&B platforms such as Deliveroo and Uber Eats, but it's also becoming more and more relevant when you compare, for example, Amazon and Noon. Who can deliver faster and quicker when I want to, buy a certain product? I think we need to start thinking about creating something what I'd like to call independent dependency. And what I think by independent dependency means, how do I stay very much independent in the way that I operate, in the way that I do things, but at the same time, I have a lot of dependency on the platforms that actually enable me to stay independent. So I do believe that very soon, if not in the next 10 years, we will look more towards, lights out factories. Factories that operate independently with human beings, but human beings are operating remotely in running those factories. And I think we've seen that in certain sectors, like the power generation sectors, where some plants are actually managed remotely, but I'm hoping to see that more in the manufacturing sector. And I also see that creativity is also becoming more independent, but dependent from platforms. So we have co-creation platforms where you and I, Angie, can log into somewhere and we can work together on designing the next, the future aircraft part. And that's happening more and more as we get accustomed to digital factories.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure also that companies would like to identify their status throughout this transformation. So what do you think, in your opinion, or how will companies in the UAE integrate advanced manufacturing and robotics into their business models?
I mean, let's consider the macroeconomic factors about the UAE. So first of all, the UAE is a very multinational country. We have nationalities from all over the world. Now that's a good thing, but it adds complexity as well, right? When it comes to how do you work together as a team, and how do you ensure that, for example, my environment in startup, the work instructions is one thing to be in English, but it's one thing to be in English when you have 30 other nationalities where English is a second language, because their understanding of English is very different from wherever they come from, right? From whichever country they come from. The second thing is, the country, from an infrastructure perspective, is highly developed, and we appreciate what both Salat and Do and the TRA have done for this country in terms of making sure that we have fiber optics and we have phenomenal network access. And the last factor, which will probably define how these companies need to consider introducing advanced manufacturing into their environment, is to understand that the UAE population, the Emirati population, is a very small population. But the country has great aspirations. So we are talking about the future of manufacturing aircraft parts. We're talking about producing parts from aluminium powder that is coming out of Emirates Global Aluminum. We are talking about nuclear energy and being the only Arab country that is producing civilian use nuclear energy. So these great aspirations are going to require a different way of introducing these technologies into our workforce. Now, what the government has done, and again, we applaud the government for their intervention at the right phase, which is introducing policies. But thinking about these policies, we have seen events, seminars, experts coming from around the world, events such as IEEE to actually help us improve the opportunities, but also to allow us to talk about the opportunities or the UAE's standing with respect to the maturity of technology being able to be deployed in our factories and network. And I do think what else has happened is that we have businesses, very large businesses, such as the ones that have been incubated by Mubarak, right? We have some of the largest businesses in the world, like we have launched 3 different geosatellites, which allows us to have connectivity from space. We have factories that produce not just metals, but produce aircraft components and produce steel. So we have a very unique environment where, by introducing technology, we are able to actually, let me say, propel faster than other parts of the world, because we're young, we're dynamic, we're multinational, great applications, and like I said, that we have a very sophisticated and developed infrastructure that allows us to take advantage of it.
Yeah, so basically in many cases, many of us have had this fear of being replaced by a machine or artificial intelligence, perhaps. So can you give us a tip on how can we make artificial intelligence beneficial, and how can it be used to complement human intelligence instead of eradicating the skills of human beings?
Actually, that is one of the most common things that I hear as a concern. But on one of my trips, I visited IBM in New York, and IBM had a phenomenal platform called Watson. which is their AI platform. And in that meeting, I recall that telling me that they use Watson for identifying menus, out of identifying whatever is in your fridge, right? Now, that's a concept, an idea. Where does the application come from, if you think about it? In the UAE, 1 out of 4 or 1 out of 5 individuals, Emiratis, has diabetes, right? Now, for you to actually understand that diabetes is not a sickness, but it's a lifestyle change. Having Watson being there, introducing to my fridge, to be able to actually design menus and design recipes for me that is meeting my lifestyle is one way for me to stay healthy and to depend on technology without leaving any room for error. Because obviously any room for error can be fatal for somebody who has a very serious condition of diabetes. I think taking technology from that perspective, understanding the potential, understanding the application, combining them together, it can actually make a sort of a dramatic shift in our lives. And this is being done, I'm giving an example of Watson. Look at Tesla. Look at how Tesla has achieved, great strides in actually disrupting the way that cars can actually operate autonomously to a very large degree. I don't know if you've ever seen this application of Tesla, which is called Summit, but if you ever park your car in one part of the, let's say, Dubai Mall, and I hate going to Dubai Mall personally because I can never figure out which parking entrance to get into, and I can never find my car on the way out, right? But just imagine on your Tesla application, you can summon the car to come to you. That's phenomenal, right? And just in case our friends in Dubai Mall might get upset with what I said, actually Dubai Mall has an application, an AI application that can actually remember for you where your car has parked. But that shows you the potential, the application, deploying it for the purpose of making our lives easier.
Yeah. So now, as you might know, that the objective of this conference, can you hear me?
Yeah, I just wanted to make an important point because
yes, sure.
A dramatic shift. At one point in time, we were looking at AI for climate change and climate action. With the amount of data that you see with respect to temperature increase, with the amount of contributions of all the different devices and the cars and the machines and the planes and the air conditions that are contributing to that, sometimes taking all that data, analyzing all that data, coming up with solid recommendations is very difficult for human beings. But if you have the right platform, I think the future of climate action will reside in artificial intelligence platforms.
Beautiful, beautiful. So, as you might know, that the objective of this conference is directed towards supporting an integrated model of an interactive and collaborative technological nature among academia, industry, and the government. So, let's focus more on the government and the private sector working together. How can they work together to build strong, stable, world-class digital economies?
So governments and private sector, I've seen two models. But let me speak about the more, let's say, optimal model. The optimal model that I've seen is that usually you let the private sector roll out its technology. Let it experiment. Let it play on the ground. Let's see how far this technology can go. Now, obviously, governments are there to make sure that people do not abuse the use of that technology in a way that could be harmful for other people. But I think we need to strike a balance is basically having some form of a loose collaboration, a loose council where governments and private sector can talk to each other, can allow the private sector to flourish and introduce and deploy those technologies in different sectors before it starts regulating how that technology should be used, instead of doing it the other way around. And some countries have done it the other way around, which basically means that the government should interject, will put a framework of how the technology can be used, and in my opinion, that inhibits the true potential of what the technology can achieve, because you're already constraining it before it has started. I think having a council, a loose framework, a collaboration, not just between governments and private sector, you said it right. Having academia being in the middle of that, working together is how true economies flourish, by working together as partners, not converging interests, trying to figure out what we're saying. let me use an example. If you talk to any government around the world and you say you're going to set up an automotive factory, that government will welcome you, with arms open, saying, please bring your car factory to our part of the world. If you the private sector will say, well, logically, there are too many car manufacturers. The future is electric. If you speak to let's say the publics, the society, they'll say, yeah, but in reality, we should think about electric buses. I think when you converge all of them together, you find a new business model which thinks about mass transportation using electric vehicles and producing those electric vehicles in a certain country. That's how the three pillars of society, governments, private sector, civil society, represented by academia, work together.
Yeah. We're talking about society. And it's important to talk about the digital society nowadays. So how do you imagine it to be like when everything around us is based on automation and algorithmic data processing?
Well, number one, human-centered. At the Industrialization Summit, this is something that I have the privilege of actually chairing the organizing committee. We host governments, we host companies from all around the world, and we talk about the future of manufacturing. One of the speakers was the president of Armenia, and he mentioned that we are living in a quantum world where everything is about ourselves. And I do believe that the society of the future, because it's going to be so digitally oriented, it's going to be human-centered. Definitely number one. The second thing that I would expect is we will see less waste and more efficiency, because we'll be smarter in our consumption behavior, right? As I mentioned with e-commerce platforms, as I mentioned in how companies will be able to predict what we want and be able to analyze our spending habits and spending patterns. The third thing we will see is there will be more mobility. In a sense, we will be able to move from one place to another, not necessarily being at the workforce, and not necessarily being at the factory or our workplace, but at the same time we'll be more productive, which is sort of an oxymoron when you think about it, that how can you be away from the office but still be much more productive, right? I think what we have seen today with video conferencing is evidence that we can work remotely and still be as productive as we have. The fourth one I think you're going to see in the sort of society of the future is more human-machine collaboration. No doubt, as I mentioned some of the examples I gave earlier on. And the last thing that I would say is that you will see more localization and globalization happening at the same time. So do I believe that everything will be produced abroad? No. I do believe that 3D printers and digital factories and blockchain will allow us to securely manufacture certain important components that are important for us by localizing that capability, and yet we will still have us integrated into a global economy.
Yeah, that's amazing. So since we're talking about society, we all know that youth play a significant role in building this society and this digital future that today's youth are equipped with the necessary skills to thrive in a digital future.
Well, as you know, Angie, most people actually focus on academia. Most people, when they talk about universities, they talk about going to university, learning, studying, and then obviously when you really do your application of whatever you learn in university, if you take anything with you in the real world, it only comes in the workplace. And I think when you speak about sort of a digital future, we need to empower the youth to actually do more applied research and applied technology in the university and in the workplace. Maybe to highlight Dubai University is a great example because of obviously the vision of the chancellor, Dr. Issa Bastati. When you think about the gentleman, he comes from a very strong IT and electronics engineering background, and he understands the future of where this is going. So the applied aspect of it for students is great in an environment such as the Dubai University. The second thing I would like to say is that we need to focus less about sort of memorizing and more on creative thinking, and introducing programs which allows us to think creatively and think innovatively, as opposed to just saying, this is the way things are done, from A to Z. And I think that element of introducing programs for innovative thinking or creative thinking, design thinking in universities is also important to actually get the youth ready for a digital future. The last thing I say is that, which is tends to be a core skill with millennials, there should be more focus on problem solving. Millennials are great problem solvers. Give them a problem. I can tell you this, when you talk to my nephews and nieces, whenever I have a problem with my phone or with the electronic equipment at home, I cannot figure it out. Give a millennial, they will know exactly what needs to be done, and they will fix it for you. And I think we should focus on the future. When you talk about climate change, when you talk about issues to do with waste, we need more problem solvers in our world.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're done talking about society. Now let's move on to the business aspect of life and talk more about the investments and the economic development programs. What do you think are the fundamental changes that need to happen in these sectors, in the industries nowadays?
Well, let me say this. Technology decisions need to be done upfront. And I give you an example. When the difficulty of introducing 3D printers into a traditional factory is that people that come and sell you a solution using 3D printers are telling you that this 3D printer can replace all these machines and all these equipment that you have, right? But it's too late. I've already invested in these machines. You can't ask me to write them off. So I think technology decisions as an important sort of rule needs to be done upfront. Before I start building, the concept of my factory, I need to understand what technologies are out there and how can these technologies actually save me money, time, and effort, but still give me the delivery and the quality that I expect. The second thing to bear in mind is that resilience is fundamental, and we've seen this. We've seen this today. The impact of COVID, how it affected our factories, how it affected our lives. We need to make our workplace more resilient and our factories more resilient by making it, let me say, pandemic proof. Pandemic proof can only happen by introducing technology. And I was saying this at a different event, that you have 3 different types of companies that we saw during COVID. Companies that were swimming, companies that were surfing, and companies that were sinking. And it was all a matter of how much of their
Believe me, it's going to be the best ending for this day. This panel discussion is very insightful and one of the most important panels because it includes inspiring people such as Ms. Christina Bueti, counselor of ITUT Study Group 20, IoT and Smart Cities and Communities at International Telecommunication Union, ITU, Engineer Joel Myers, co-chair of IEEE Internet of Things Consortium Smart Cities Working Group, Dr. Julie Wong, visiting professor at Institute of Smart City, Shanghai University, former chief technology officer of the Hong Kong Police, Dr. Mohammed El Saidi, professor at Mohammed V University, Morocco. This panel moderator is Mr. Andy Chen, president of IEEE Thames. You have the mic now, Mr. Andy, and please start this interesting panel. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, everybody. I hope you can all see me and hear me well. Hope you're enjoying your sessions at the conference today. I am going to start my presentations. Hold on a second. There you go. Okay, so that's today. We're gonna have 4 fantastic speakers, as alluded earlier. The way that we're gonna do it, each speaker will speak for 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll follow by a question and answer period. Today's order, we'll have Christina goes on first, Jolly will follow up to that, and Joel will be the next, and Muhammad will wrap up the talk, and then we'll go into the panel discussions. And so if you do have any questions for any of the speakers, please type into the questions on the right side. And if you have any issue, please type into the chat. So let's begin with Christina. Christina, as mentioned, she's ITU focal point on environmental and smart sustainable cities. She's also the counselor of ITUT Study Group 20, Internet of Things, and Smart Cities and Communication, SC&C, at the International Telecommunication Union, ITU. She's also served as a TSB ITU focal point for Latin America. She graduated from Faculty of Political Science, Laws, and International Corporations and Development of the University of Florence, where she completed postgraduate studies in international corporations and telecommunications law in Europe. She also holds a specializations in environmental law with special focus on telecommunications. She completed specialized course in peacekeeping and international corporations with special focus on telecommunication at the Faculty of Law, University of Malta. She also named as one of the 20 Geneva-based inspirational women working to protect the environment in International Women's Day 2016. So, Christina, the floor is yours.
So, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Andy, for this kind introduction. It is really a great pleasure for me to be here with you today, at least virtually. Allow me to share my screen so that I can deliver my presentation. Just if you can confirm that you are able to see my presentation.
Yes, loud and clear, and you come through really clear too. Okay. Please go ahead.
Excellent. So, as Andy mentioned, my name is Christina Bueti and I work for the ITU. And today I'll walk you through what are actually the aspects related to smart cities and community, especially after COVID-19. So I think that we can all agree that there cannot be real growth without healthy population and no sustainable development without tackling disease and malnutrition. This has been proven in spades this year in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. And certainly CDs are at the front lines of this crisis and will likely be in the front lines actually for any similar globalized health crisis in the future. I'm sure that you're all aware that since COVID-19 emerged, over 1 million people have been actually killed, many in large urban areas. And, certainly cities not only are at the front now, but they're likely to see lasting changes from the pandemic, from their physical form to economic and community structure. And these are coupled certainly with policies, behavior changes that will affect actually the way we approach health and live cities for the years to come. So digital technologies such as artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things can make progress in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially in our cities and communities. And as you can see on the slides, the digital technology applications can be found in several urban domains, such as home utilities, industrial automation, intelligent sustainable buildings, smart energy management, smart grids, automotive, traffic management, etc. And the use of this technology in medical aids, including, for example, medical imaging, mobile connected and remote healthcare, pollution control, elderly assistance, and in particular, are technologies which are of high importance to achieve sustainable goal number 3, good health and well-being, while at the same time contributing also to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal 11 on sustainable cities and communities. The digital transformation in healthcare is the positive impact of the emerging technology in this area. So we can see that, for example, digital and mobile healthcare, usually we call it health, have a wider range of users,
And then we also want to actually upgrade this module to be a more specific sickness classifier rather than just a sickness detector. And to do that, we need more up-to-date and relevant medical data. And to do this, we are going to partner up with medical professionals so that we can actually validate our system and so that we can actually gain access to this more relevant and specified data. We will also complete work on the optical stress level module. And then we will continue developing more modules based on the advice of medical professionals so that we can design and build the overall generalized health condition model, machine learning model. We also want to add the feature to train models locally so that we can tailor different models specifically to users to produce more accurate results, for example. And we need to test this. We need to perform extensive testing on this specific feature as well. And we generally need to validate our system and test it. And finally, once everything is complete, we will deploy our final app. Thank you for listening. This has been Qurra. And if you have any questions, we are more than happy to answer them.
So I'd like to thank Hamza for his presentation, and he is with us if you have any questions to ask. I still can see that there are no questions in the chatting area.
Yes. Thank you very much. Sorry, I had some technical difficulties joining in the beginning, but I'm here to answer any questions if there are any.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. So, any questions from the attendees on Eventus or from our authors on Zoom? Okay. So thank you, Hamza, again, and this concludes our first session in the technical track. We should be starting our next session in 9 minutes. I can see that a number of presenters of the second session is already with us. And also Dr. Bassam Mukhtar, who is going to chair the second session, is with us. So a couple of minutes and he may take the mic to introduce the second session and start it. Thank you all. Thanks for the attendees. I hope that more interactions are coming in the next sessions through chatting area and through Zoom. So thanks for all the authors, for all presenters, and for the attendees. And I'll leave the floor to our next session chair, Dr. Bassam. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. Thank you, your papers authors. The next session will be start. Waiting.
Mukhtar, University of Fujairah, UAE. It's my pleasure today to be the chair of this technical session, technical track.
Dr. Bassem?
Yes, I can hear you.
Just 1 minute, so we can go on Ventus, so everyone they can hear us also as well. So
Should we wait for some time? Okay.
1 minute, only 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. Okay.
Just to clarify, are you happy to play the video?
Okay, so you want to play the video, not live, right?
Play the video, not live. That's fine.
Okay, then we will prepare the video as well. Okay, video is ready.
Okay, play the video. It's smoother. It's okay. I'm happy with that.
Okay, just a minute.
Thank you. Cool. I'll turn my video off for now then. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Bassem, so we will start now, okay?
Okay.
Let's okay.
I will introduce. Okay, so our dear attendees from around the world, welcome to the second day of the IEEE Global Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Internet of Things. So now we have the second paper session on the technical track. This session is chaired by Dr. Bassem Mukhtar from University of Fujairah, United Arab Emirates. This session's title is Smart Transportation. We have 5 papers in this session. Each paper will have 20 minutes for the presentation. So I will leave the mic now to Dr. Bassem, to start the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome the panelists and the attendees for joining this technical session called Smart Transportation. Now we'll go for the first paper we have today in this session. This paper titled Runtime Analysis of Road Surface Conditions Using Non-Contact Microwave Sensing. This paper was co-authored by researchers from Heriot-Watt University and Smart Systems Group. First author Jamie Planche, Daniel Mitchell, and David Flynn. So Jamie is a research associate. I think our presenter for this paper, Jamie, is a research associate working on non-invasive sensing methodologies for laboratory-based